Are all members recorded? Clerk will report. On this roll call, 432 members have recorded their presence. The question now recurs on the election of a speaker. The tellers will please come forward to take their seats. If the tellers will please come forward and take their seats. Tellers. The gentleman, Mr. Stile. The gentleman, Mr. Loudermilk. The gentlelady from Alabama. Ms. Sewell, prompt. Thanks. All right. The nominations are now in order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the purpose of placing in nomination the name of the Honorable Jim Jordan for the position of Speaker of the House at the direction of the Republican Congress.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks and 1 day ago, I was on this House floor and in this chamber defending my very good friend and our former Speaker, Mr. McCarthy, from an effort to vacate the chair. And in the course of that speech, I made the remark that those who did this, whether intentionally or unintentionally, we're going to put the Congress in a state of chaos and the country into a state of uncertainty. I think the last 2 weeks have vindicated that observation. But we have a chance today to end that chaos and to end that uncertainty. Now, when these races happen, there's always a lot of hard things said on both sides of the aisle. There's a lot of finger pointing that goes on. I don't intend to be involved in any of that today. I think the decision in front of us is far, far too important for that. But I am very proud to place in nomination the name of our good friend, my good friend, our Republican candidate for Speaker, the Honorable Jim Jordan of Ohio. Of knowing Jim Jordan for a long time. I've been in Congress for a long time. So for his entire period in the House, I've had the honor of serving with my friend. Now, my friend is not exactly a shrinking violet. You don't win national championships in college. You don't come to this floor with a sincere set of beliefs and a desire to make a change and be shy about it. And my friend is not a shy person. But I've learned some things about him over the years. He is a person of absolute personal integrity. I've never once had to question something that he told me. He's an honorable man. Also, I think we all know he's a pretty direct man, too. I don't think anybody in here on any issue of any substance would have to guess where Jim Jordan is going to stand. He doesn't deceive. He doesn't dissemble. He simply tells you straight up, this is what I believe, this is why I think it's the right thing to do for the country, and that's what I'm going to try and accomplish, and I'm going to work with you in any way that I can to do it. Now, the other thing I think we've found in the last couple of weeks is what it takes to be a speaker. And the one thing I know, never having been one and never having aspired to be one, that it takes a spine of steel to do this job. My friend has that kind of determination, has that kind of character, has that kind of spine. And I think the next speaker is going to need that quality, and I know my friend has it in great abundance. Now, if you're a Republican, it ought to be a pretty easy decision, my friends. You know, this is somebody who believes what we believe and has fought for and shown that over and over again. You know, I first got to know him, a lot of his focus was on spending. That's exactly where the focus of this House ought to be. Now, he's laid out a plan, not just a short-term plan, as to how we deal with the appropriations process. I'm an appropriator. I think I know that that's not the root of the problem. But unlike any other speaker we've had, he's had the courage to talk about a long-term plan and to get at the real drivers of debt. And we all know what they are. We all know it's Social Security. We all know it's Medicare. We all know it's Medicaid. No president of either side has been willing to deal with this. No speaker of either side has been willing to deal with this. My friend, our former colleague, John Delaney, and I offered a plan. I still file it every year. John's not here anymore. To go back and do in 1983 what we did then and address Social Security. We never can get any help. This is the guy that wants to create a debt commission, a bipartisan debt commission, and get at the roots of our spending problem. That takes courage. And Republicans ought to support somebody with that kind of courage. Now, he's not only focused on one thing. I don't know anybody that's done more to highlight and talk about the border disaster that is underway right now as we speak. You know, I had the privilege of serving here when Jay Johnson was Secretary of Homeland Security. I have a very high opinion of Jay Johnson. I think he's one of the finest public servants I ever met. And he was asked on one occasion to define what was a crisis on the southern border. And he said, anytime you have more than 1,000 illegal entries a day, you have a crisis. We have 10 or 11 times that every single day. And in that tide of humanity that's coming across, there is a boatload of fentanyl coming to kill tens of thousands of all of our constituents. There are human traffickers who are taking advantage of young men and young women, and frankly predators in our own country, and they're bringing them across, not by the tens or the 20s or the dozens, but by the hundreds and the thousands. You know, there are amongst that flow of people that wish us ill, people who are not fleeing from oppression, people who are terrorists or criminals that are coming into our country for no good reason. Now, that is not an immigration problem. That's a border security problem. They are not the same thing. We can debate immigration. That's a worthy debate. We should never have to debate border security. Nobody's highlighted that issue like my friend Jim Jordan. Nobody's done more as a committee chairman to move legislation that would meaningfully deal with this problem. And this, my friends, on both sides of the aisle, but with all due respect, particularly this administration and my friends on the other side, need to look at this. You need to look at this seriously. Don't confuse it with immigration. You ain't going to have immigration reform until we have border security. Cannot be done. This has been the #1 champion of that. It's one of the #1 issues that we have. Finally, I want to talk about something that can bring us together. There are a lot of things we disagree on, legitimately so. Most of us do not disagree about the security of the state of Israel. All of us. All of us on both sides of the aisle reacted with horror and with deep sympathy and with legitimate outrage at the crime that was perpetrated against the people of Israel in the last week. All of us, and all of us know that they are within their rights to respond forcefully and swiftly to defend their people and punish those who brought that upon them. So at a moment of crisis, and we are in a moment of crisis, we should come together and act. And we know we can't do that without a Speaker of the House. Now, it's a narrow majority, but my friends and I are in the majority. And we need to produce a Speaker. We have a candidate who we know where he will stand on issues that are important. We know where he's going to stand on spending because it's where he's always stood. Not like he's changed over the course of his career. I know what he's going to do on the border. I've read H.R. 2. I've seen what his committee produced. And it's not just money, it's policy and change that will provide security for the American people. And finally, and I say this on a bipartisan basis, I know he will stand up for Israel, and I know in that area we can come together. That crisis is on us now. We may get a request almost any time to act. We need to be able to act. My friend will act on that crisis. He's shown it his whole career. So it's with a great deal of pride that I have the privilege of nominating my friend, our chairman of the Judiciary Committee, but a person whose principles you know, whose actions you can trust, and who in a time of crisis will respond with the leadership we need. Jim Jordan.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to place into nomination for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Here we are again, Mr. Speaker. And I promise to make these speeches shorter if we get closer to a compromise, but I'm not certain that that's going to happen at this moment. While the Republican candidate for Speaker is making late-night backroom deals to secure the gavel, Leader Jeffries has once again extended the hand of bipartisanship for a path forward. One thing was very clear yesterday: the vote total, 220, 212 to 200. The People's House has spoken, and Leader Jeffries has the support to be Speaker that this country needs. Mr. Speaker, $212 to 200. No amount of election denying is going to take away from those vote totals. We shouldn't, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we shouldn't be surprised at the vote count. I noted yesterday the legislative acumen of the gentleman from Ohio. Would it surprise anyone that in addition to not passing a single piece of legislation, he's never put a piece of legislation that has made it to a committee? The Speaker of the House must be a legislator, and the gentleman from Ohio falls short in that regard. He supports an extreme agenda and is hell-bent on banning abortion nationwide, gutting Medicare, gutting Social Security, and giving cover to January 6th attackers. Those aren't the values that we share. If we don't see a speaker elected in this round, there's going to be another candidate and another internal Republican conference vote and a secret ballot, and the country can't afford more delays and more chaos. 15 days should be enough. House Democrats are united on this path forward. We're united behind Hakeem Jeffries, united to put people over politics, and united to lower costs, create better paying jobs, build safer communities, and defend democracy. And once again, we're coming together to achieve this common goal, and that is to make Hakeem Jeffries Speaker of the House of Representatives. Almost, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Hakeem Jeffries has done what we haven't seen from the other side of the aisle, and that is to keep a caucus united. When extreme MAGA Republicans vowed to send our country into a devastating default, it was Leader Jeffries who led House Democrats to reject the extremism and keep the government open. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we have the vote totals to back that up. It has been Leader Jeffries and House Democrats who have shown a willingness and a conviction to keep our promise to deliver for American families. And it will be Hakeem Jeffries who will move our body and our country forward on a bipartisan path. Who on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, will take yes for an answer and work with us to achieve three common goals? And my colleague and good friend, the gentleman from Oklahoma, mentioned one of them. Supporting assistance to Israel, but what he left out was assistance to Ukraine and our national security objectives. Second, above all else, we must commit to keep this government open and functioning. And finally, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, we need to put this body on a bipartisan path to achieve real results for the American public. That is what we were sent to do. That is what we need to do. That is why Hakeem Jeffries is the leader we need at this time to lead this chamber. I'd like to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House. I yield back.
No further nominations. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Jordan. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. Jordan. Allen. Jordan. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei. Jordan. Armstrong. Jordan. Arrington. Jordan. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Jordan. Bacon. McCarthy. Baird. Jordan. Balderson. Jordan. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. Jordan. Barr, Jordan. Barragan, Jeffries. Bean of Florida, Jordan. Beatty, Jeffries. Bentz, Jordan. Barra, Jeffries. Bergman, Jordan. Beyer, Jeffries. Bice, Jordan. Biggs, Jordan. Bilirakis, Jordan. Bishop of Georgia, Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina, Jordan. Blumenauer, Jeffries. Blunt Rochester, Jeffries. Boebert, Jordan. Bonamici, Jeffries. Bost, Jordan. Bowman, Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania, Jeffries. Burkeen, Jordan. Brown, Jeffries. Brownlee, Jeffries. Buchanan, Donalds. Buck, Emmer. Bouchon, Jordan. Basinski, Jeffries. Burchett, Jordan. Burgess, Jordan. Burleson, Jordan. Bush, Jeffries. Calvert, Jordan. Kamek, Jordan. Caraveo, Jeffries. Carbajal, Jeffries. Cardenas, Jeffries. Carey, Jordan. Carl, Jordan. Carson, Jeffries. Carter of Georgia, Jordan. Carter of Louisiana, Jeffries. Carter of Texas, Jordan. Cartwright, Jeffries. Kassar, Jeffries. Case, Jeffries. Caston, Jeffries. Castor of Florida, Jeffries. Castro of Texas, Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer, McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick, Jeffries. Chu, Jeffries. Siscomani. Jordan. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Jordan. Cloud. Jordan. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Jordan. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. Jordan. Collins. Jordan. Comer. Jordan. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Jordan. Crawford. Jordan. Crenshaw. Jordan. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. Jordan. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Jordan. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. Jordan. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Jordan. D'Esposito. Zeldin. Diaz-Balart. Scalise. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Jordan. Duarte. Jordan. Duncan. Jordan. Dunn of Florida. Jordan. Edwards. Jordan. LZ. Mike Garcia. Emmer. Jordan. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshu. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. Jordan. Evans. Jeffries. Azell. Jordan. Fallon. Jordan. Finstra. Jordan. Ferguson. Scalise. Finstad. Jordan. Fischbach. Jordan. Fitzgerald. Jordan. Fitzpatrick. Jordan. Fleischman. Jordan. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. Jordan. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Jordan. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Jordan. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Jordan. Fulcher. Jordan. Gates. Jordan. Gallagher. Jordan. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Zeldin. Mike Garcia. Jordan. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Scalise. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Jordan. Gooden of Texas. Jordan. Gosar. Jordan. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. Scalise. Graves of Louisiana. Jordan. Graves of Missouri. Jordan. Green of Tennessee. Jordan. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. Jordan. Griffith. Jordan. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Grothman. Jordan. Guest. Jordan. Guthrie. Jordan. Hageman. Jordan. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Jordan. Harshbarger. Jordan. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. Jordan. Higgins of Louisiana. Jordan. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. Jordan. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. Jordan. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Jordan. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Jordan. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. Jordan. Hunt. Jordan. Isa. Jordan. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Jordan. Jackson Lee. Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. Miller Meeks. Candace Miller of Michigan.
House to come to order. The clerk will continue.
Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Jordan. Johnson of Ohio. Jordan. Johnson of South Dakota. Jordan. 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 Joyce of Ohio. Jordan. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Jordan. Kemlager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. Jordan. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Jordan. Kelly of Pennsylvania.
Former Speaker of the House, the Honorable John Boehner.
Boehner. Kana. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. Jordan. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. Jordan. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. Jordan. LaHood. Jordan. LaLota. Zeldin. LaMalfa. Jordan. Lamborn. Lamborn. Jordan. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. Jordan. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. Jordan. LaTurner. Jordan. Lawler.
Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
McCarthy. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Jordan. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Jordan. Letlow. Jordan. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. Jordan. Lucas. Jordan. Luke Kameyer. Jordan. Luna. Jordan. Luttrell. Jordan. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. Jordan. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. Jordan. Mann. Jordan. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. Jordan. Mast. Jordan. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. Jordan. McCall. Jordan. McLean. Jordan. McClellan. Jeffries. McClintock. Jordan. McCollum. Jeffries. McCormick. Jordan. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. Jordan. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Ming. Jeffries. Muser. Jordan. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Jordan. Miller of Ohio. Jordan. Miller of West Virginia. Jordan. Miller Meeks. Granger. Mills. Jordan. Molinaro. Jordan. Molinar. Jordan. Mooney. Jordan. Moore of Alabama. Jordan. Moore of Utah. Jordan. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. Jordan. Morelli.
Mr. Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Jordan. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nels. Jordan. Newhouse. Jordan. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Jordan. Nunn of Iowa. Jordan. Obernolte. Jordan. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Jordan. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Jordan. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Jordan. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarel. Jeffries. Payne. Payne. Pelosi. Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. Jordan. Perez. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Jordan. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. Jordan. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. Jordan. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Jordan. Rogers of Washington. Jordan. Rogers of Alabama. Jordan. Rogers of Kentucky. Jordan. Rose. Jordan. Rosendale. Jordan. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Jordan. Roy. Jordan. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford. Scalise. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Jordan. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos.
People of Queen and Long Island, Jim Jordan.
Jordan. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise.
Jim Jordan.
Jordan. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Jordan. Austin Scott. Jordan. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Jordan. Sessions. Jordan. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. Scalise. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Jordan. Smith of Nebraska. Jordan. Smith of New Jersey. Jordan. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Jordan. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Westerman. Steele. Jordan. Stefanik. Jordan. Style. Jordan. Stubbe. Jordan. Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. Jordan. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney. Jordan. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Jordan. Tiffany. Jordan. Timmons. Jordan. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Talib. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Trone. Turner. Jordan. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Jordan. Van Drew.
The Honorable Jim Jordan.
Jordan. Van Dyne. Jordan. Van Orden. Jordan. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. Jordan. Wahlberg. Jordan. Waltz. Jordan. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas. Jordan. Webster of Florida. Jordan. Winstrup. Jordan. Westerman. Jordan. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. Jordan. Williams of Texas. Jordan. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Jordan. Whitman. Jordan. Womack. Scalise. Yacom. Jordan. Zinke. Jordan.
You gotta go back through. I got Payne missing. I got Sparks missing. And I got Talib missing. And Trump. Okay. So you should have 4 missing. Let me get my pen. Hang on. Your first one is gonna be Mr. Payne. Payne. Yeah. So we'll go, yeah. So she'll call again. Payne's your first one. Ready? Yeah. Yeah. Payne first.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Payne. Jeffries.
Okay, Sparks.
Sparts. Jordan.
Okay, so you got 199 to 10. Okay, Talib's next. Yeah.
Talib. Jeffries.
And then next we have is Trone.
Trone.
Jeffries.
Jeffries.
So 221. That was everybody.
The House will come to order. The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Jim Jordan of the state of Ohio has received 199. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 5. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 1. The Honorable Tom Emmer of the state of Minnesota has received 1. Lee Zeldin of the state of New York has received 3. The Honorable Steve Scalise of the state of Louisiana has received 7. The Honorable Mike Garcia of the state of California has received 1. Candace Miller of the state of Michigan has received 1. John Boehner of the state of Ohio has received 1. The Honorable Kay Granger of the state of Texas has received 1. The Honorable Bruce Westerman of the state of Arkansas has received 1. No person having received a majority of the whole number of votes cast by surname, a speaker has not been elected. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
Oh, good. Well, thank you all for coming. I'm going to talk very briefly, and then my colleagues, whoever want to say something can. When I'm done, we will take questions. If you direct the questions to me, I will either answer it or designate to someone, or you may choose a senator to ask questions to. So with that, I will open by telling you that the people of Israel have suffered a terrorist attack that many are equating to our own September 11th. Mass gunmen, entire families in their homes, massacred babies and the elderly, and dragged hostages across the border into Gaza. We saw a lot of it in the film, on TV, and otherwise. These attacks are premeditated, brutal, and horrific, and will long live in the memory of those of us who support the Israeli people. Our message to the Israeli people is clear. We stand with you, and we will do all that we can to ensure you can rebuild, defend your land and people, and ensure that Hamas can never, ever do something like this again. This is different than the previous incursions. Almost immediately after the attacks, we saw misguided and dangerous calls for a ceasefire and mediation. These harmful messages failed to recognize Israel's legitimate right to protect its people. You can't mediate with terror organizations. You have to go to the source and eliminate it, which I know the Israelis are working to do. They do war like we do war, not like terrorists do war, and they are very sensitive to damage to civilians. Hamas is merely an arm of the Iranian regime. Iran pulled the trigger on October 7th, and there are other Iranian proxies in the region that have long sought to pursue the type of attack and carnage that we saw that day. These people hate Israel and the Jewish people, but they also hate the United States of America and the American people. The administration can no longer wish away the Iranian threat or attempt to appease the Iranians as they have. The attacks in Israel and recurring attacks against our partners, troops, and diplomats are proof of a failed Iran policy. And we must change course quickly before more damage is done by the Iranian regime. With that, I want to recognize Senator Wicker for a few remarks.
Thank you, Senator Risch, and we'll all be brief because I know you may have questions. Let's make this very clear. Hamas does not want the people of Gaza to live side by side with their Israeli fellow humans in peace. That is not the goal of Hamas. The stated written goal in black and white of the Hamas charter is the destruction of the Jewish race and the complete removal off the face of the map of the Israeli state. That is what Hamas wants. We stand for what Israel has stood for now for 7.5 decades, a place where finally the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob can live in a place where they're safe and peaceful alongside people of different ethnic origins, just as people all the way around the world are asked to do. Hamas's goal is the removal and death of every Israeli and every Jew. Let's remember that. And let's remember two things. They are the client state of the Islamic government in Iran. And until we realize that, until our federal policy is toughness, American strength, peace through strength, with regard to the people of Iran and the Islamic leaders of Iran, we will not have peace in the Middle East. So we stand with our friends. We reject the false narrative that has entered the minds of so-called educated people over the last decade, 2 decades, that somehow the Israeli people are at fault in this regard. The terrorists are Hamas. The terrorists are their brothers and sisters in arms, Hezbollah, and other Islamic terrorist groups. The terrorist attack was visited upon the innocent civilians of Israel. We stand with them And Republicans, Democrats, and independents, House and Senate, will be standing forward today to make it clear that the United States of America stands with the nation of Israel.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso.
Well, you heard it. America stands with Israel. They're under attack by purely evil Hamas terrorists. Thousands are dead, including Americans. The atrocities are horrific. Israel's taking action right now to defend itself and its people. America cannot let Israel stand alone. That means getting Israel the weapons and the military assistance that they need: Iron Dome interceptors, precision-guided missiles, protective equipment, and intelligence support. We're committed to ensuring that Israel can fight against all terrorist threats and protect their people. This morning, we had the opportunity in the Foreign Relations Committee to question Jack Lew, who is President Biden's nominee to be the ambassador to Israel from the United States. Now, don't forget, Jack Lew, he negotiated Obama's terrible Iran deal. As Secretary of Treasury, he sent pallets of cash to Iran. Under the lenient Biden administration, Iran has been able to export $80 billion worth of oil. They sold much of it to China. At the same time, the administration strangles American oil and gas production. This administration's appeasement strategy towards Iran has enabled Iran to fund Hamas and Hezbollah in their attacks on Israel. And I say all of this because Jack Lew is part of the problem, and as a result, I oppose his nomination. We have a capable charge d'affaires who is right at the embassy right now. Stephanie Hallett is a professional foreign service agent, officer, spent an entire career in the region, knows the people, knows the region. The president should nominate her to be ambassador. She could be confirmed quickly. America the support for Israel is unwavering. The message needs to be clear from the president, from his ambassador, and from the people, all of us serving in Congress today.
Thank you. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Senator Risch. And I just returned a number of days ago from a bipartisan delegation that I led to the Middle East. And there should be no question that the United States will stand and does stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel. We know that Iran is behind this extreme terrorism, and it has been fueled and funded by Biden's appeasement strategy in the Middle East. Just as my colleagues have outlined, we have seen $80 billion that has gone into the pockets of Iran. And Iran continues to fund all of these terrorist proxies. 93% of the funding that goes to Hamas comes from Iran. 100% of the funding that goes to the Palestinian Islamic Jihad comes from Iran. Iran also funds Hezbollah and the Houthis. So we see a trend in the chaotic Middle East. I'm holding the Biden administration accountable to actually enforce the laws that are on the books. We have sanctions against Iran. They must be enforced. We need to take away the money that is going into the hands of Iran, which fuels these terrorist proxies through the region. They are savages, and we have seen what they have done to our friends in Israel. To support Israel, we must defund these terrorists who perpetuated this heinous attack against Israel.
Thank you. Senator Hagan.
Thank you. My colleagues have done a good job of pointing the finger to the true culprit here. It's unfortunate that President Joe Biden will not do so. He's in Israel. None of his remarks pointed to the fact that Iran is behind this, the world's greatest sponsor of terror. If you look at what happened during the Trump administration, we imposed a maximum pressure campaign on Iran. We brought the flow of funds to Iran down to a trickle. What happened? In 2021, Joe Biden was confirmed to be president. Joe Biden then implemented a new policy toward Iran, a policy of appeasement, setting aside the maximum pressure campaign of President Trump. And what we've seen then is a dramatic ramp-up of revenues. Joe Biden put in place a special envoy, Robert Malley. Robert Malley has now had his security clearance stripped. He's been dismissed from the State Department, and he is under federal investigation. This is the person that was in charge of negotiating with Iran. This was the person that was in charge of the non-enforcement of sanctions. This was the person that oversaw the Biden administration's failure to enforce the sanctions that so greatly enriched Iran. If you look back to the Trump administration, by 2020, we had reduced Iran's revenues to below $8 billion. It was widely reported in the media that both Hezbollah and Hamas were going broke. Once Joe Biden comes into office, once Rob Malley takes his post, we see the Iranian regime enriched beyond comprehension. We see the violence coming from Gaza in 2021 in the 11-day war against Israel. And now we've seen the most horrific act yet. Iran's fingerprints are all over this. The Biden administration needs to wake up and accept responsibility in this policy of appeasement and bring civility back to the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sullivan.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Risch. I think you're going to see a common theme here, but I want to emphasize what Senator Haggerty just mentioned. Appeasement and accommodation of Iran, which has been the policies of the Obama administration and the Biden administration, has been a failure and hugely destabilizing throughout the Middle East. This policy has demoralized our allies, not just the Israelis, but the Gulf Arab states, Egypt. It has emboldened Iran. It has put billions of dollars in the coffers of terrorist proxies. And it has put the lives of Americans and our allies, like Israel, at extreme risk, and it has shattered deterrence. All you have to do is look at what's going on in the region right now. As Senator Haggerty mentioned, the Trump administration did something that's really hard to do. It reestablished deterrence in the region with regard to Iran. How did it do this? Maximum pressure campaign in terms of oil, but other areas like ballistic missiles. It launched a peace process with regard to the Abraham Accords and normalization with Israel, which Iran hated. And of course, it was not afraid to take out terrorist leaders like Soleimani, which the previous administration did. As is already mentioned, the Biden administration on day one moved to loosen and reverse this tough strategy against Iran. What has it gotten us? We're seeing what it's gotten us. And think about this. It's not just this $6 billion ransom that they were negotiating. Literally, as the Iranians and Hezbollah and Hamas were planning the biggest slaughter of the Jewish people since the Holocaust, it is the oil that's been put on international markets. It's foreign currency reserves. At the end of the Trump administration, Iran had $4 billion in foreign currency reserves. They now have 80. So this policy, if there's one thing that's going to come out of this, it has to happen now. The Biden administration's appeasement policy of Iran has to stop.
Senator Hoeven.
Thanks, Senator Risch. Thanks for putting together this press conference and for your leadership on foreign affairs. For those of you that know Senator Risch, you know he's very much to the point. He's a person who, doesn't give big, long speeches. He gets to it, and this is a great example. This is about showing unity in support of Israel, and that has to be the message. You're going to hear that from every one of us. I believe that you're going to hear that from every member of our caucus. This is about unity in support for Israel. What Hamas did, atrocious doesn't even begin to explain it. Horrific. It's beyond belief. Killing indiscriminately. Taking hostages. Imagine if that was your family member. Unprovoked attack, doing that. Just sit and think for a minute if it was your family. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely unbelievable. So we have to stand with Israel. We need to help Israel. And that means whatever it may take to help them, whether it's obviously weapons, the financial support, special operators as we work to bring our hostages back. But at the end of the day, they have to defeat Hamas. It's not just about stopping Hamas this time. We can't have this happen again. This can't happen over and over. They need to be stopped. The world community needs to come together and say, this is not acceptable. This needs to stop. And it's really important that we understand a couple of things. One, Iran is behind this. And we need to quit kind of parsing words on this. Iran is behind Hamas. Iran is behind Hezbollah. That's how they get armed. That's how they get trained. That's the reality. So let's face that hard, cold reality and put maximum pressure on Iran. That means severe sanctions without waivers. They are the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. That's where the funding's coming from. That's where the resources, that's where the training, the equipment, that's where it's coming from. We need to recognize it, and not just the United States, but the world community needs to say, enough, we're stopping that right now. Severe sanctions without waivers. And the other thing is, we got to see it through. It's not enough to say that we're standing here today unified and supporting Israel. We must see it through. And we know there are tough days ahead. And we cannot waver. We must be clear-eyed. We must see it through. This cannot continue to happen in the future. Hamas must be stopped, not just this time, but so that there is not a repeat of this terrible atrocity.
Thanks, John. Senator Scott.
In Florida, we've got a lot of individuals that have family members in Israel. And we have a lot of people in our state that came from Israel. I've had a lot of trips to Israel. Yesterday, I talked to a lady that worked at a kibbutz that I had the opportunity to visit on one of my trips back in 2019. She's only alive because she was not there. I asked her what happened. She said, the people on my left, the house on my left, the house on my right, almost every house on the street, everybody was shot at gunpoint. She said her sister was in a secure shelter, and she was talking to them, and Hamas was trying to break in. She said kids watch their parents be shot, and they've been kidnapped into Gaza. She said she's seen the pictures of babies mutilated from her village. She'll never be able to go back to her village. She's lost everything. So we're only up here talking because Iran backed Hamas and did all this, because they hate Jews. They hate Jews, they hate Israel, they hate America, they hate Americans. That's why we're here. 31 Americans are dead. We don't know how many Americans are held hostage. 1,400 Israeli Americans and Europeans are dead. They're dead. I want to make sure Iran gets held accountable and Hamas gets held accountable. Hamas needs to be destroyed. Every member of Hamas needs to be murdered, killed. They need to be dead, what they did. So, as you've heard, we have a president that appeases Iran. So if you look at some of the pictures and some of the videos about the attack, what they have? They had humanitarian aid, first aid kits that Hamas is using. If you look at Israeli TV, you see a whole bunch of pictures of rice bags with bullets in it to go to Hamas. But so this is our money going to Hamas. That's exactly what it is. So today, President Biden announced $100 million more money to aid for Gaza and the West Bank. That's our money. As we go, while they're holding Americans. They're holding Americans, and we're going to give them money. Would you do that? Who would do that? Who would give someone, they're holding your family hostage, they've killed your family, and we give them money? This is crazy. So I've got a bill. I'm going to do a UC this afternoon, Stop Taxpayer Funding the Hamas Act. It's going to stop this. And I wish we had a president that understood this appeasement doesn't work and started talking about the 31 Americans that died and the unbelievable number of Americans that are still being held hostage. What in the hell is he doing to get them back? Why would we spend a minute of our time and clearly none of our money to figure out how to get more aid to Gaza to help terrorists? This makes no sense.
Thank you. Senator Marshall.
Thank you. Over the last several days, as I've contemplated the next weeks and months that lie ahead of us, and yes, it's going to be weeks or months, I'm reminded of the words of my boyhood hero, the 34th President of the United States, when President Eisenhower talked about war. Ike said that I hate war as only a soldier who's lived it can, as one who's seen its brutality, its futility, and its stupidity. I just want to warn Americans that when this war, this invasion of the Gaza Strip starts, it's not going to be pretty. There are no good photos that are going to come out of this war. But what Americans need to remember, that the blood they're seeing belongs on the hands of Iran and Hamas. They're the ones that have caused this. These are the ones that are hiding behind innocent women and children. As we go forward, what we need to see out of the White House is a very clear vision, a very clear mission. Number one, we need to be focused on getting American hostages and citizens back safely. And every day this president wastes, we have hostages that are being beaten by terrorists from Hamas. Next, number two, we need to cut the head off the snake, and Iran is the snake, and let all the puppets, all the terrorist organizations know, if they engage, that there will indeed be hell to pay. And lastly, Israel needs to know that we will stand beside you no matter, not if, but what. We will stand beside you no matter what. That as these days get tougher and we see death and destruction, that we're going to stand beside you knowing that the blood being shed belongs on the hands of Iran and Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ricketts. I want to reiterate what my colleagues have already said. We stand with Israel. We must continue to stand alongside them as they take on this war to destroy Hamas. Hamas has committed unspeakable acts of terror that have already been described. And Israel has not only the right, but the responsibility to defend itself. And we need to make sure Israel has the resources to do that. We also need to make sure that we know that this was brought upon Hamas by their actions. And when we talk about responsibility, should any harm fall to any American hostages in Gaza, that is solely on the responsibility of Hamas. They are the ones that took the hostages. Any harm that comes to Americans that they are holding, that's on them. We need to remember that. And again, these calls to de-escalate or for a ceasefire, those are foolishness. This war has to be prosecuted till Hamas is destroyed. And we should not provide any resources to Hamas or Gaza until that is done. We didn't rebuild Europe until after Nazi Germany had been defeated. And that is the way this should be done now. You don't provide your enemies resources. So the president's humanitarian aid, again, is misguided. We need to make sure that Israel has the resources to win this war. We cannot be supplying the enemy. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hyde-Smith.
Thank you. I have on my Jerusalem cross today. I put it on early morning of October the 7th. The most important thing we can do is pray for Israel and the people of Israel, but we've got to put those prayers. We cannot stop there. We've got to take action. It is amazing of the capabilities that the United States has when we go in to defend. I'm afraid that Hamas has taken advantage because they've been emboldened by President Biden's weak policies. In Afghanistan, the decision to unfreeze $6 billion of Iranian oil revenue. I will support those policies that shore up Israel's security. And as Senator Katie Britt said yesterday, we've got to look evil in the eye and take it out. As the Jewish state works to secure its borders, we need to be securing our own borders. With the destruction that has happened in Israel, our thoughts have to be on protecting our country, but to help Israel protect the state of Israel. Again, my prayers are with Israelis, the state of Israel, and I ask the American people to pray with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Langford.
So 50 years after the Yom Kippur War, and right at the moment when all of the normalization conversation was happening between Saudi Arabia and Israel is at its peak, that's when Hamas decides to attack. Literally, we have the Abraham Accords moving now with Morocco, with UAE, and Bahrain. Continued engagement there, normalization in the region, and Hamas determines that this is against their self-interests, and they literally slaughter 1,400 individuals to try to deter all of that dialogue. We not only stand with Israel, but we stand with the civilized world that would say this kind of brutality, simply because someone is Jewish, is not only heinous and horrible, but should be deplorable to everyone in the world, regardless of your faith, background, community, or country that you're from. We're speaking out not only for Israel and its right to be able to defend themselves, but we're also speaking out for truth and for facts. 24 hours ago, a hospital was hit in Gaza. Around 500 civilians lost their lives senselessly, and immediately Hamas and nations around the region announced that it was Israel as an airstrike that killed all those individuals. The meetings with Biden were canceled because of that. But now as the facts come out, and as we've been able to note and to be able to show authoritatively, that was actually a misguided rocket shot from inside Gaza towards civilians in Israel that actually hit civilians in Gaza. That was not an Israeli airstrike. I would call on all of the nations around the world that called out Israel for that strike to immediately change their statement and to be able to call out Hamas for that strike against that hospital, and to be able to let their own people know this is what is happening with these heinous acts of terrorism and with the violence that Hamas is actually bringing. And one last comment. While we're saddened and grieved and overwhelmed by 31 Americans that have died and 1,400 Israelis and countless number of civilians in the area, we also should be keenly aware that 9/11 occurred with 20 individuals in the United States that were illegally present in the United States that we did not account for, and they carried out those heinous acts of terrorism here. In the past 2 years, on our southern border, 70,000 individuals have crossed and been released into our country that were identified by DHS as what they call special interest aliens. These are high-risk individuals coming from Iran, from Iraq, from Syria, and other nations. They've crossed our southern border and been released into the United States, awaiting their hearing. We have no idea where they are. 70,000. These are individuals that came between the ports of entry and got into our country even after their identification as a special interest alien. The Biden administration needs to take seriously not only what's happening in Israel, and we are glad to be able to stand alongside our ally Israel, but we should take seriously the lessons that should have been learned from 9/11 for our own border, that we will not have an insecure border that is ignored from the real threats that are coming across. This administration needs to shut down that border and needs to be able to pursue all those special interest aliens currently in our country to have them not currently roaming free in our nation.
Thank you. Senator Fisher.
Thank you, Chairman Risch. Hamas's cold-blooded attack last week, it was loathsome and it was obscene. And what we see when we look at terror of that proportion, we have to have a response. Israel has to have a response. We stand with Israel. They have the right and they have the responsibility to do what needs to be done. They have to defend themselves, and we are there to offer them assistance. We need to provide the Israeli government with support that it needs to defend its own territory and to defend its people. And this will allow Israel the resources to make difficult decisions that it's going to have to make in the days and the weeks and the months ahead. The really difficult decisions that Israel has to make because they're a sovereign nation. We know that Israel will need more defense capabilities. They will need interceptors for the Iron Dome. We know that Israel will also need more offense capabilities like precision-guided munitions. And we know that Israel is going to need medical equipment to help their troops, to help their citizens, to help them recover from these vicious attacks by Hamas, who is backed by Iran. The United States and Israel have long partnered and have a special relationship. We share intelligence with the Israelis on terrorism that happens in the Middle East, and that must continue. That must continue because it's vital to protect our country as well. This is not just an Israeli problem. This is not just an attack on Israel. This is an attack on America. This is an attack on the civilized world. We need to stand with Israel, and we need to be clear in our message that we do, and we are there to provide them with what they need so that they can fight the fight that has to happen.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cornyn.
In the days following this terrorist attack on Israel, I met with two women at the Temple Emmanuel in Dallas, Texas, a synagogue, where Kim told me about her two sons, both of whom were born in Dallas, American citizens, Texans, but who are now fighting with the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. And she was terrified in her own right, wondering whether they would be safe or whether they would be killed as a result of their military service. Another woman was a teacher at a kibbutz who said that who'd recently moved to Dallas. She recounted her phone just buzzing constantly with messages from people who were being attacked by Hamas as those attacks took place. And you can imagine her emotions, her fear, as a result of not being able to do anything about it, but knowing that her friends and loved ones were being murdered as those messages were being read. I think the administration is reaping what it sows. What I mean by that is Ronald Reagan famously said, peace is through strength. If Iran and Hamas had been afraid of what the response would be, they never would have made the attack in the first place. But please remember, Iran has killed Americans over the last 3 decades in Iraq by providing explosively formed penetrators, by sponsoring Hamas and Hezbollah, which, as you know, are terrorist organizations designated by the United States government. Iran provides them $100 million a year. So this idea that Iran doesn't know or wasn't complicit in this attack is completely implausible, unbelievable. And here's the worst part. The Biden administration continues to appease the Iranian regime, which, as we know, has been under sanctions by the United States government as part of this maximum pressure campaign to get them, to discourage them from developing nuclear weapons. Well, the Biden administration has stood by as the regime has continued to enrich uranium, getting closer and closer to that day it will have a nuclear weapon, just as they've not enforced the sanctions which have allowed the regime to reap the economic rewards of selling its oil on the open market. So, as horrible as this is, it is horrible. It's absolutely critical that the administration change course, quit its appeasement, quit trying to play nice when it comes to people who you can't reason with. And I'm not just talking about Hamas. I'm talking about the regime in Iran that is the puppet master for what Hamas did against innocent civilians on October the 7th.
Thank you, Senator. Well, thank you all for sticking it out as you have. To put a fine point on this, the Foreign Relations Committee put out a resolution in support of Israel, and that resolution has 99 sponsors and co-sponsors of the resolution. So in this town of polarity, if you would, we've come together as a Senate to support Israel. So with that, looks like I will be taking questions. He had his hand up first. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Senator. On Iran, the Biden administration has said, obviously, Iran does back Hamas quite a bit, but the Biden administration has said there's no smoking gun, and Israeli intelligence sources, unless I'm mistaken, have said similar things, that Iran did not necessarily direct the attack. So I'm wondering if you're concerned about a broader escalation and getting the U.S. roped into another Middle East war. And I know Chairman McCall on the House side is drafting an AUM out for Iran-backed proxies. I was wondering if I could get your thoughts on that as well.
First of all, as to Iran's part in this, look, I've been on the Intelligence Committee and Foreign Relations Committee for 15 years. If I heard nothing else about this other than what happened, I would say that the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming that Iran did this. Without Iran, the terrorist organizations are impotent. They can do nothing. They don't have money. They don't have the intelligence. They don't have anything to do it. So Hamas would be nothing without Iran. There was an article in the Wall Street Journal, I believe, with people of direct evidence of people who said they were at the table, heard the planning, gave the dates, the times, the places, and everything else. What the administration has said is they have no information to corroborate that. What the administration ought to be saying is we have no evidence to contradict what these people are saying. That's the way you do it in a court of law. I think the administration is tippy-toeing here to avoid a direct confrontation with Iran. We do not want a confrontation with Iran. I suspect they don't want a confrontation with us. It's important we get down the road and see that that doesn't happen, and we don't have more spread in the region. Good questions.
on the House side. How do you feel?
You know, I haven't talked with Chairman McCall about that. I'm going to pass on that for right now, but I'll look into that.
Senator, the rush is on to bring these American hostages home safely. Do you feel that the Biden administration is doing enough with what you've heard at your Senate Intel briefing?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on the exact facts of what's going on. Indeed, I can't. But let me say, every American wants the Americans home. That is a high priority. But remember, it's not America that's responsible for this, and it's not Israel that's responsible for this. Somebody ought to ask Hamas that question and say, what are you doing about the hostages? Because they have the hostages in their custody. They took them. They're responsible for them, and only they can answer the questions that you would have about the hostages.
And Hamas says that they will release the hostages if there is no action taken against them. That they cannot
There should not be any if on that. They should release the hostages, period. Okay, you were quick here.
As the Senate is considering more aid to Israel, there are talks about linking that to Ukraine, the border, Taiwan. Is that the right path to go? Are you concerned that could slow things down?
Yeah, I'm going to leave that to leadership. They are going, I'm told that there's a package coming from leadership on national security issues, and it isn't just on this. We all know the world is burning right now. There's things going on in a lot of different places. There's a lot of things that need attention. A huge national security issue, and nobody ever puts it in these terms, or very few people do. That is our southern border is a national security issue. So this package is going to include a lot of national security issues. It has not been negotiated. I'm told it's coming in its raw form. As with everything around here, it's going to need some negotiation. That's where I leave it. You were next here.
Senator Langford pointed out that all of the countries surrounding Israel blame them immediately for the explosion on the hospital in Gaza. Saudi Arabia came out with a statement in English blaming Israel. You have been in Saudi Arabia. You've shook hands with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Senator Ernst was in Saudi Arabia on October 7th. They were in the middle of negotiations with the Biden administration to open relations with Israel as part of the Abraham Accords. UAE, Morocco, all of these countries are coming out against Israel for the attack on the hospital. Are the Abraham Accords a failure?
That answer to that question is no. But the overall issue that you raise is really, really important here. I believe that what struck the match on this was the fact that things have changed in the Middle East in recent years. The Abraham Accords have been a tremendous success. I think they're going to continue to be a tremendous success. Obviously, it's going to be paused now as these things are happening. You've all seen in open source, which I can't comment on the details of, that Israel and Saudi were talking with the help of the United States to reach normality. This is something Iran could not stand. If there is, and I think there will be eventually, normality between Israel and Saudi Arabia, this is going to put Iran on an island, and they can't stand that. And I really believe that's why they pulled the curtain.
The Iranian Foreign Ministry today.
I'm sorry?
The Saudi Foreign Ministry met with the Iranian Foreign Ministry today.
And look, they have said publicly, I have talked with them, with the Saudis since then. I'm going to meet some more. I really believe that they are anxious to get to that point, to where you have normalization of relations. I met with, as you pointed out, I met with the Crown Prince earlier this year. We discussed that topic at length. I come away from there with a very distinct feeling that Saudi would very much like to do this. Obviously, the Persians, the Iranians, are using Arab allies, namely Hamas and PIJ and Hezbollah, as their agents to foment this. There is no question about it. And they're going to figure this out. They already have figured this out, other countries, over the years, and that's why the Abraham Accords came to be at the outset. You recall the Palestinians were absolutely dead set against those Arab countries entering into normalization with Israel. I think this is going to continue. I think in the long game, I think this is a historical act that has occurred. It's going to flow into history, but I think as we go forward, the progress that's been made in the Middle East, particularly as I talk to other countries in the Middle East since this has started, I believe it's going to go on. In the long haul, I think that I think the Iranians are going to be put on the island that they don't want to be put on. All right, back here.
You and your Republican colleagues did some strong criticism for President Biden's ambassador nomination for Israel today. Will you be able to get on board with him, or is it time for the administration to nominate somebody else? Yeah, well, if you were at that hearing this morning, you saw that we have real problems with Jack Lew. Look, the purpose right now is to support Israel. And I believe that the right vote in supporting Israel is not to have Jack Lew as going in there as the ambassador. I suspect he's going to get confirmed on a party line vote. We all want to do what's right for Israel. If that happens, of course, we'll work with Jack Lew in the position if he gets into that position. You heard the reasons we had against it. I believe that the best you can say about it is that he misled Congress badly in operation of the JCPOA, and indeed assisted Iran in accessing the U.S. financial system when he had promised us, sitting in the same chair, that he would not do that. Big problem. Big problem. So, look, there's a lot of people that can do this job. Advice and consent of the Senate. My advice is I'd like to see somebody else there. When it comes to the consent, we'll see how it turns out. Yeah.
Do you have a sense yet? I know you're about to give a classified briefing later today, but do you have a sense yet of what the Israelis are going to need from the United States that will, I presume, be included in the supplemental?
I do.
Are you able
Thank
to
you.
detail any of that?
No, I can't yet. No, we have a very clear understanding of that, and that's been from the moment this started, that those wheels went in motion to get an understanding of what it takes. Because you've heard, I mean, this commitment and this support by the U.S. Senate, and I'm certain by the House too when they get to it, is incredibly strong, and we're going to help. We're going to help.
Senator
Senator Schumer has said he wants to move quickly on a
A little louder, I'm sorry.
Senator Schumer has said he wants to move quickly on a package once it comes out. The House still has no speaker. Are you putting any pressure on your House counterparts to try to resolve their issues so that anything you guys do can move through the House as well?
You know, I have a really good answer to that question. This is my 43rd year in the Senate, 28 of them at the state, 15 here, and I led a Senate for 20 years. And I didn't learn everything, but one thing I learned that it's absolutely crystal clear. The last thing a House of Representatives need is a Senate telling them what they think should happen and advising them in that regard. They'll get through this, and they'll figure it out themselves. We all want to get there. Everybody wants to get there. They'll get it done. Mm-hmm. You know, I can't hear. The acoustics in this room are horrible.
Jewish Voice for Peace is in the Cannon Rotunda right now asking for Congress and for Biden to not give aid to Israel. What is your response to Jewish Voices asking to end?
You know, why don't you come on up here? The echo, there's a real echo in here, and I'm just not picking up. I heard somebody is claiming something about something, and
Jewish Voices for Peace, it's a group that's protesting in the Cannon Rotunda right now.
they're protesting where? What are you guys doing here? No, we're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to aid Israel. We are all in with Israel. Look, you heard what was said in this room about what these terrorists did to these people. They have the right to defend themselves. They're our friends. They're our allies. One of the closest allies we have in the room. We are going to stick with them. Hardcore. Period. Full stop. Mm-hmm.
You and your colleagues have made clear that you're not supportive of the Jack Lew nomination, but are you expecting Republicans to sort of throw up roadblocks to moving this along in terms of, you know, holdovers at the markup next week?
Yeah, we're in discussions on that. Look, it's one thing to be a no; it's another thing to block the inevitable. We'll get through this and get through it one way or another. We're going to get through this very quickly. Thank you. Good question. Are we good? Thank you all. Thanks for coming.
her signature on it and everything, and that's, you know, a nice memento. But like I said, you got 5 minutes. You got to.
It's so loud in here, I'm putting my mic a little higher up. Thank you.
I like your tripod.
Yeah, it's easy to bring that thing around. Amazing. Yeah.
Especially for like mirrorless style cameras.
That's all you need. I wish it had a little better head control, but
Yeah.
most of the stuff I do is static anyways.
You sacrifice one thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the carbon fiber one?
Yeah. Yeah. Why cheap out? It's just strong. Yeah, it's just stronger. Way stiffer.
They packed out so small.
It's just nuts. Like, I have 2 cameras, 3 lenses, you know, tripod, monopod, everything in just those 2 bags. Edit system, I mean, it's all, everything big. It's like my studio. Yeah, very efficient. It's a little high, isn't it? It's too much. I'm always miking for myself. It's not a good idea.
I know, God forbid there's someone short.
Yeah, there will be. Doing this means that somebody short's going to come by. So you just started at CNN?
I've been there like a little over a year and a half.
Oh, okay. Where did you come from?
For the Scripps company.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Locally, and then I work for like
Which one in Baltimore?
45.
WBFF?
Yeah.
Livingston, is that his name?
He was
Is he there still?
SVP while I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like the former news director there.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah.
I did my first still photo shoot for WBFF in the 90s. Yeah, 90s. I lived in Baltimore for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, great town.
Only place I had gun to my head. You know, civilian anyway.
We were just talking about Baltimore.
Yeah.
I lived in Fed Hill, so I felt like...
Oh yeah, no. I lived in Bolton Hill. It was a whole different world. Right next to Maryland Institute College of Art.
Yeah.
It's exciting up there.
Yeah, sure. Good news town, I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, I bet. Lots of characters. Yeah.
office just now.
Oh, okay. Does that look ugly?
You look amazing.
Oh.
It's a bit much. A lot of them here, they don't really just line up there anyway. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6, 6.
It's fancy. Yeah, oh man, that's the best. Not everyone is that lucky.
Yeah, you did good. Whatever you like.
definitely catch them, but I'm not sure if they're at, because the Senate only.
take a picture? Yeah, take a picture and I'll send it to her and I'll send it to my friend.
Right here to be another one of my pictures.
I will. And then text me. My number is in that card. I will. Okay? Great to see you. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Good job.
Gotta get it on.
Yeah. Here's a good spot to be in. Right here.
Maybe like, yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
Corners like right here.
Cool tour. I mean, this was years on there. Get everything in writing, you know what I mean?
Well, I told Allie.
Remember yesterday? I was thinking, we were at the presser's stage. We're looking at your news. Nice. My name is Matt here.
Brandon's got a question, yeah. I mean,
Okay, so
Is there anything that you're hoping to get out of this upcoming briefing in particular?
I'm sure there'll be other kinds of details that anyone's not able to discuss because it's classified. But nothing changes what I just said, that I'm always going to stand on the side of Israel, always. And now it's clear that Israel was not responsible for the bombing at the hospital, and it's tragic that hundreds of innocent civilians were killed. And it was done by the same side that butchered innocent Israeli citizens over in Israel last week. And I don't know how you can get more despicable than they already are to now they're trying to blame Israel on that to inflame tensions all there as well too. And I'm proud that the president visited there, and I'm going to stand with President Biden, and I'm going to stand with Israel, and I look forward to voting for whatever they need, military, intelligence, or humanitarian aid.
Want to catch us on the way out?
Thanks, everyone. We got to go down to the briefing now.
Well, I could ask you about the House. What do you feel about what do you feel about them unable to pick the Republicans unable to pick someone to lead the House? Is it a concern because you're talking about aid to Israel? You're not going to get the aid passed if you don't have a House Speaker.
Yeah, because over there they think it's all entertainment. It's entertainment, and now it's turned into which dick is it going to be, and that's really it's part of the tragedy. Entertainment is not governance, and that's what they believe over there. And it's time to just do their job, and whoever it's going to be, they need to get it together so we can deliver the kind of aid that we need in Ukraine, whether in Israel or even on the border as well too. Do their job, and let's just get it done.
Yeah, plus you may have to shut down the government November 17th.
Anything else? I thought I'd been pretty clear.
No, you were good. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Very well done.
Anything good in there that you can share?
Senator, before you go in, you got a second? Quick second for the 5 networks? But we love you so much.
You need a mic test? No. I'm fine. I'm feeling fine. You're welcome.
That's never stopped senators before.
Who? So say the question again.
Sorry, what do you think about the Gaza hospital attack? Do you believe in Israel's?
I believe in Israel. I mean, I've never seen Israel intentionally hurt civilians. I mean, this idea that these people are attacking Israel, I mean, it's wrong. And let me tell you what else is wrong. The President of the United States given $100 million to Gazans and the Palestinian PLO. I mean, somebody can as far as we have 31 Americans killed. We don't know how many Americans are hostages. And we got a president that wants to give money to Gazans? Give me a break. And by the way, go look at the videos. There's pictures of these terrorists with humanitarian first aid kits. There's pictures all over Israeli press about these rice bags with bullets in it, right? So this is a humanitarian effort, right? So there's no way that Hamas doesn't get this money. This is stupid, right? And on top of that, let me just add something else. So we also know that here's what we're doing. We're taking American tax dollars and giving it to the Gazans, all right, and the PLO. And guess what the Palestinian Authority can do with it? They can go pay terrorists to die. So if it was my child that died, they tax me and give money to somebody who killed my kid. This is crazy.
So what about the innocent people living in Gaza that have nothing to do with the terrorists?
Then you should ask Hamas why they're killing them. Hamas needs Hamas.
I'm asking you why do you not support us helping them, not Hamas?
You're not helping them. You're not helping them. You're helping Hamas. You're helping the Palestinian Authority. I mean, you're giving money to help Hamas to go kill more babies and destroy more babies and destroy more families. That's exactly what you're doing.
The president in Israel said when he was there that there would be guidelines and to guarantee that.
So then how in the living daylights did they have first aid bags, humanitarian first aid bags that Hamas had? How do they have all these people? Wait, I'll answer the question. You ask the question, I'll give you the answer. And then how in the hell do they have humanitarian rice bags with bullets in it? Nowhere. This is the stupidest idea where they were holding American hostages. Let's talk about American hostages, get them out, and talk about these Americans that died before we ever would think about giving money there.
What about the guidelines? So you don't want to answer the question. Was it me personally?
take and you take that to the Dirksen building or Dirksen.
Look at those workhorses.
Take it all the way to the last stop.
So you can do it by auto run.
I saw your questioning at the.
Oh.
for you.
Senator Britt, I know I just asked you this yesterday.
On Tuesday?
We got a bunch of TV.
Covers a wide variety. Senator Cotton, you're talkative.
Ryan, you ever miss the Sentinel whenever we talk to you? Pardon? You ever miss the Sentinel whenever we talk to you?
Well, a little bit. The beer and liquor's on the other side.
out.
I like the coat. Who'd you kill for the coat? Looks like a guy I knew played in my band. Lead guitar player. We'll be quick. Can you just tell us what you're expecting out of the meeting?
Yes, 100%.
Try not to be so talkative. Senator, can we get you before you go in?
No, sir.
But you're so talkative. We love you. Come on.
Looks like they're not going to take us till 4:30. So if we need to get some shots, we can move around. Yeah, sure. You want to cut in and come back here for the 4:30? Yes, why not? Jump in there, get a little bit of that. Come on back out. All right, cool.
Ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Can you grab some of that gnats for me?
Ceasefire
Raj?
now!
Hey, Raj? Can you grab some of that gnats for me? Yeah, sure.
Ceasefire now! 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 Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Be a surprising long.
Can I ask you why you're here?
Here to free the people of Palestine.
Again, tell me what's in your heart and why you're protesting right now.
I don't think a genocide should be occurring with U.S. tax dollars. I think that all people should be treated equally, and I don't think that war should be waged based on religion or the color of your skin.
And what about what's happened here? See people lined up, being detained, possibly arrested. What are your thoughts about the developments from this protest today?
It needs to happen. People need to wake up and understand that there's a genocide occurring right now with our tax dollars. That's all I'll say.
Okay, thank you.
My friends from Brown are here.
Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
Can I ask you why you're here and why you're protesting?
You can ask me, but I don't want to be on.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Okay, I'm
So
just looking
maybe
for
you don't
TV.
want to ask me. Yeah.
I mean, I always can, but I'm looking for
Yeah. Where are you from?
Channel 7, local
Okay,
ABC.
okay, I'll do that. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, first of all, just tell me what's in your heart and why you're protesting right now.
Yeah, I'm a Jew. I'm the survivor of, I'm the ancestor of people who survived genocide and the pogroms, and I'm a mom. And I believe in all of our humanity, and I'm devastated what happened to my Jewish brothers and sisters in Israel, all of our siblings in Israel, and I don't want that to happen to any other people. And I believe deeply in never again, and never again being for all people.
Well, what do you make of what's happening today with fellow protesters being detained, possibly arrested, and being driven off? What are your feelings about that end result of this protest?
I think that oftentimes that's what happens, and I also hope that drew more attention to the issue, and that people see how many rabbis are in there and how many humans who care deeply for other humans are in there, and I hope that gets the kind of attention that will help move us to a ceasefire now.
Thank you. And are you from here?
Seattle.
Seattle, okay. And did you fly here for this protest in particular, or?
I happen to be on the East Coast, and this is very dear to my heart, so I was able to be here, which I'm very grateful for.
Would you care to share your name?
Diana.
Diana, what's your last name?
Falchuk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spell it for me, please.
Falchuk.
Okay, thank you very much, Diana. I appreciate you. Yeah, that'd be great. All right, cool. I wonder how close we can be able to hear
Free, free Palestine! And the occupation! And the occupation! Free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! 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 Free, free Palestine!
Can you get that side of their shirts if you haven't already? Oh yeah, the back says something too about Jews. Say ceasefire.
I think it's very clear.
Looks like a rabbi there. Jews say ceasefire now. So you see the gentleman with the traditional cloth and the yarmulke? Yes. Yeah. Okay. That was the one I'm getting on, so for sure. Copy that. for doing that. The gentleman who was.
Oh yeah.
How many kids have you killed today? Why are you smiling? Wipe the smirk off your fucking face! How many kids have you killed today? How many kids have you killed today? How many kids have you killed today?
Liza!
How many kids have you killed today? How many kids have you killed today? Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Congress, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! You are smiling as children are dying! You are smiling! Shut
face it.
Shut it down!
That way you can give me some of that and whatever.
And fuck the police!
Less incompetent of being soft. Like the slimiest white boy ever. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Yep, I got you. All right, sounds good. Mic check 1 2 1 2 3 4. They cut something, but the first part of it is going to be me walking and talking, so hopefully they don't take it too soon. All right, so I'll be very helpful. I'll explain what we're seeing around. Copy. I'm going to be walking and talking for a bit, so once I stop describing what I'm seeing around me, you can take that video. Or if I mention that they were protesting in the rotunda, you can take the video from in the rotunda. If that's what it starts with. Sure. So Raj, when he goes off and I'm like kind of going through it, stay off. He's going to keep the live shot up with the VO on the other panel.
I doubt it.
Yeah, we were actually standing on New Jersey Avenue outside of the Cannon House office building where, as you mentioned, there were protests inside that office building earlier today. And if you look right behind me, you can see a long line of people. Those are people who were in the rotunda protesting. They are being detained. And this bus to our right over here, that's going to be taking some of them away. Every time one of the detainees comes out of that building, we hear a loud cheer from the protesters here along New Jersey Avenue. They are from here all the way up to New Jersey and Independence Avenue in the middle of the street. That's where that street is blocked off, and there are officers, Capitol Police officers, standing outside of the doors. Here are some detainees being led away right now. Again, it's probably about 5 to 10 at a time that are being taken away. We've seen rabbis in that line as well. As you can see, their t-shirts read, "Not in our time," and in the back of that shirt, I believe it says "Jews for ceasefire." And throughout this, we've been here for about 2 hours now, or about an hour rather, and we hear ceasefire being chanted. And there's also some music and drums being played down in that intersection where this protest continues. Now again, this started around 3 o'clock. That's when they were inside the Cannon Rotunda, an office building across from the Capitol, protesting the war that's happening in Gaza right now. Just after 3 o'clock, they started to arrest people because they were inside. Capitol Police saying that is not allowed. There was also an alert issued that pedestrian entrances to the House office buildings are restricted to members and staff only. So that's been happening for roughly an hour and a half, going on 2 hours now. As you can see, the chants continue. The protest continues. I've talked to a number of people, some who came from out of town to protest as well, saying this meant a lot to them. And again, from the makeup of this protest, there are a lot of Jewish people who are standing here saying that there's a need for a ceasefire. That is the very latest from Capitol Hill. Carl Willis, 7 News. Back to you. Well, I can show you a little bit as well. It looks like I'd be guessing here, but there are hundreds of people here. If you just walk along the sidewalk here, I'll walk you closer toward New Jersey Avenue and Independence, and you can get a sense of just how many people there are. Throughout it all, we can hear people chanting, and all the signs here as well. And as we get closer to the Capitol building up here, you can see that intersection here behind me. That's where dozens more, if not hundreds more people are standing. Just get through this crowd here, we can see that. And you can see the front of the Cannon building, office building here. You can see the police who are standing around blocking that entrance now. And here's another side of that protest happening here. Again, I would guess probably around 150 or so in this intersection. And yeah, that's where it continues. People, again, are still in that rotunda, and they're being pulled out one by one, about 5 to 10 at a time, and being detained before they have their possessions put in a plastic bag, their zip ties around their hands, and then they're taken away in a bus. This gives you a little idea here. You see it opening up back up. And dozens more in the intersection here at Independence and New Jersey. Michelle Allison. Repeat that last part of the question, Allison. I'm sorry, the chanting. A little bit better, yes. Yeah, it's not clear exactly how they got inside. We're still going to be asking that question, how that happened, because as you can see, the police are standing by, and they are not permitting anyone inside at all. But we'll continue to ask that question. I'm going to call the Capitol Police and follow up and see if they have that answer before they started to escort people out. It's not clear how many of the folks who are here were inside at the time, or if they remained outside during that protest. But the ones who were being arrested and taken away, they all have the same T-shirt on, calling for a ceasefire, suggesting that they are part of a group of Jewish people who are protesting today. One more time for me. I'm sorry, it's very loud out here. There doesn't appear to be a stance where they're going to be pushing people out of the intersection. They have some police tape up around the sidewalks and around the protesters. So it sounds like it appears that they're at kind of